Alright. Hi, Glitch. I hope the day is treating you well. Hi, Busuk. Hi, Bisuki. Oh, look at this. Wee! Wee! It's good to see you. Hope everything's alright for both of you. It started a bit earlier than 8:30, obviously, or 8:30 Eastern. I just felt like the time had arrived. And so I have arrived. Hello, hello. Make sure I get myself in live chat, and there I am. Alright. Ready to go. So I guess I'll do the guy again for this one. Or... yeah, why not? This is really hard to see what's going on with this camera lighting and everything. Goodness. Why must you always wear the most nondescript things? What is this? This just looks kind of strange. Ah! Hi, B. Same. Were you referencing my TV, or just telling me how you feel? Excuse me. What? How does that make sense? Okay, yeah. I get it. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. There's that sound again. It's interesting. Oh. Well, that's good, Book Nerd. That's good, B. I hope that continues to bring you happiness. Why is that so strange? Hi, Lou. Are you finally gonna make your stream debut? There's Lou. Lou could sense that there's hardly anybody here, so he's showing himself on stream for the first time. This is Mimi's brother. Well, that was nice. Yeah, short for Lupin. Or Lupin. Lulu. This just doesn't make much sense. The way the arm is laid out in the literal real life reference. I'm glad things are looking up now for the moment, Book Nerd. Hopefully it can continue to trend upward for you. Pingazo. Yeah, sorry. I didn't want to do anything else. I didn't want to start. It felt weird just starting working without there being a stream going, so I figured I'd just basically it's short for like Lupin or Lupin. I like calling him Lulu or Lou. Oh, I'm glad, Bisiki. Finally graced the stream with his presence for once. It's just so weird. What is... I don't know, man. Whatever. Ugh. Why? Why is his hand so messed up in real life at this moment? His entire arm. I guess it's coming toward the camera, but it's not really indicating that. Well, maybe it's just because of the way I have the sleeve. Like, it needs to be... That's what? I'm such a fool. I'm such a fool. Why is his hand so tiny, though? So many questions, dude. That's gonna look better, though. Yeah. That's good, King Azo. What would I have done if you hadn't forgiven me? Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry to everybody for starting early with basically no notice. It's just things kind of worked out that way. Usually 8:30 tends to be a better time for me, but today I just could not wait. I wanted to try out 8 o'clock. Okay, this one looks good. Yeah, it's fine, King Azo. I get it, but also, like, probably people might have planned things around when I initially said I was going to start, and I don't want to be problematic in what I did. Problematic for their plans and general enjoyment. Uh-oh, we got some blur here. Yeah, Bisaki says, I think lots of folks are playing video games together in the server, so they might be late / not come today, just a heads up. That's fine. Yeah, I saw that too. That's all good. Bisaki says, I'm feeling like drawing, so I'm gonna stick around and hang out while I draw today. That sounds great. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, I've just found that this is... starting the stream is a great way to commit myself to doing some work on this commission and other things. It usually gets me in that groove. King Ozo says, I got Sayray to myself today. Well, clearly not, but okay. I'll play along. You fool. He doesn't know that I'm just playing along. Feeding his delusions. Out of pure pity. Yeah, this camera really doesn't show me any details here. That's a shame. That's a crying shame. I'm crying as we speak. I'm sobbing uncontrollably. And Book Nerd is here as well. So there are like at least 115 people here. so strange. This one's gonna be interesting. This is gonna be really tough to translate. I'm glad I chose the boy character for this one, because changing this into a tank top would be an absolute nightmare, and it's going to be later too, when I do end up doing the ones for the girl. This is really awkward perspective stuff happening. Cecilia! Yes, I was live early, I'm sorry. We were just talking about that earlier. If you had done some studying. If you had gotten yourself sharp. But clearly you haven't, so I guess I have to, explain everything to you, you know? I should have known. I hope you're doing really well. It's good to see you. Glitch says, I was here 6 hours ago and have been waiting for the tab open in the background since then. That is peak earliness. So, Glitch wins. Sorry. Unless somebody opened that tab before Glitch did. Sorry, Midori. There's a certain amount of sauce in my system today, so I might be somewhat saucy. We'll see how things progress. We'll see how the sauce simmers as the stream goes on. I don't know exactly what is all going to be happening on this stream. I'm probably going to, I'm probably going to be doing this next set, this next move here, for 4 or 5 images in this move. Probably going to sketch them and then ink them and stuff. What's happening? What is this? What is this? What is that? What is your face? What is happening with your face? What? I'm talking to my reference here. So I'm guessing this is just like your chin, maybe. So that's your nose. I don't know, man. That's going to best me in battle, I think. Hi, Avi. Welcome. Yeah, it is a hoodie. Thank you, Book Nerd. You're absolutely correct. It's just, I was just getting overly annoyed for no reason. I struggle with that in my life. Yeah, this is gonna give me problems. How does this work? Because the character that I'm making is not wearing a hoodie. I can't just suddenly make them wear a hoodie, unfortunately, as nice as that would be. Excuse me. Well, it's a start. Inking that's gonna be a pain. Hi, Kingslayer. Welcome to the stream party. Hello, Desi. Welcome to the stream party. I hope you all are having a great one. Well, technically, only 8 minutes, because my original stream time was 8:30, and I started extremely early without basically any warning. I changed the schedule like 20 minutes before going live. Just, it was very impulsive, as I am. Naomi Osaka! Oops, I simped again. For some reason that cracks me up. Oh fuck, Rudman! Very good point, Desi. Oh, I'm pretty tired right now. Yeesh. But I need to work on this, and this environment really helps me. This environment really helps me work. And who knows, if I get more energy, I'll maybe work on a Ko-Fi request. Desi says, "Hey Say, is it cool if I ask for some art advice on a thing? I gotta know if the colors look good or not." Absolutely. Send me some way to look at it, and I will take a look. Oh, only 4. Nice. That's good for my energy level today. Only having to do four poses here. Did you hear me yell? I think that's pretty accurate. Yeah, hi Bob. Welcome, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Trying to get my energy level up. Desi put it in diminished art. Okay, I'll take a look at it and I'll give you... Sorry. Give you some advice. Kingslayer says, I'm at a loss right now. Been trying to draw coils to help with stuff like horns, and I'm dying right now. Oh no. Pick is back! Welcome, Pick. Hopefully it's not absurdly late for you and you're not staying up just for my account. But it's cool to see you. I don't want to dissuade you from being here. But I also don't want to ruin your life. Desi. Oh my... Speaking of needing energy, I think it's happening. I think it's happening. Whoa! Sorry, that was loud. Oh, God. No, that is definitely diminished related, because this is canon. Oh my God. So what do you want help with? Because I don't see anything jumping out at me, really. Not super glaring. Oh, Bob says I was in a car accident, so yikes. Are you in a region where you're being hit by absurd weather right now, or it was unrelated? But either way, I'm so sorry. I hope you're okay, and I hope things aren't too serious with implications on your life or anything, financially, whatever. Okay, Desi, what? Have I ever given off a vibe that if somebody draws, like, especially if it's diminished related, I mean, if if you ask me to look at something, I will look at it, but especially if it's like fan art, I will never not look at it. So I hope you were just doing it because you like being tricksy, and not because you thought that you had to like trick me into looking at something. But God, that improved everything about me in my life. Thank you for sharing that, and I will... Is it okay if I share it on stream? My God, Desi, that's beautiful. B's very happy. Nice. No, Bob, it's totally fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. About not being here in the last couple of streams. And thank you for giving me energy. I was so in need of it. I was so in need of exactly what just happened. Due to Desi sharing art. Bob says I'm okay right now. Well, hopefully that stays that way or improves. But I'm really sorry to hear that happen to you. No, Desi, it wasn't mean. I want to make sure that I'm not giving off that, I'm not giving off the indication that, I won't look at things that people make unless they give me like some sort of special reason, because gosh, I will no matter what, basically. Especially if it's related to things that I've made. That, as you just saw, that does things to me. Sprained foot and wrist. Oh, sorry. But yeah, luckily that's... I'm glad that that's the extent of it, seemingly. Okay, share away. What was your Twitter again? Yo. And I love the outlines. I love the purple line work on Apollo. And just everything in general. Shay Sue is a goddess. Dawn Soda, yeah. Okay. Thank you. And I'll let that simmer on the stream, and while I do, I'll watch some tennis. Hi, Zab! Welcome. Once again, it is cool to have everybody here. It's an absolute privilege. And once again, I'm sorry that I started early. I just could not wait the extra half hour. This just... It was time. Desi made this, King Azo. My throat only gets gunky when I stream. It's annoying. Shut up, Midori. Of course it means something. You poop head. You big pooper. Large poops coming out of you. How dare you? Desi, you should absolutely be proud of this. You should absolutely be proud of this. This is a solid piece. And has immense personality. Like, I feel like Apollo looks amazing. This is an amazing Apollo, but I think your character looks really good. Like, the pose is excellent. And your lighting, the shading, yeah, like scrutinizing it, and the shading is well done. Yeah, the lighting's pretty nice. Wah, not my poop head. My cabbages! Yeah, Bob, can't draw specifically right now. Yeah, again, like the lighting and the shading coupled with how that changes the colors of the lines, I think it really adds to the piece. Hi, Cal. Yeah, Desi made this. And no, like that's actually, I thought you used a reference for Apollo too, because the pose, Apollo's pose is good too. Yeah, it's just more immediately obvious how perfect your character looks, because your character has a conventional anatomy. And what I love about all the art I've seen so far from Diminish is how every person has had a different take on Apollo's physiology. And this is no exception. And this is also an awesome take on Apollo's physiology. And every time I look at it, I'm like, I'm seeing something different that appeals to me. I think that this captures like that uncanny and also like thought-provoking dissonance between them being like having that sort of underfed look, like dangerously underfed look, but also like clearly strong. I love how fans of the series are doing more with that than I am with official art of Apollo, because official art of Apollo just tends to make them look sort of sweet or sleek and less like stark. And a lot of people who are drawing fan art are really taking that and going farther with it than I do, which I think is amazing. And almost vindicating in a way, because of the way that I used to draw bodies in the past. Used to be kind of... It used to go in that direction. And I used to feel bad when people didn't like it. And so I ended up drawing much more conventionally full forms. I changed my style as a result. And I love the way I draw things now. I'm not regretting it. But it's also it's super cool to draw Apollo. Oh, like after I stopped drawing things that way, and people somehow saw kind of what I meant, regardless of that. That's incredible, and it's hard to put into words, but it's kind of the first I'm thinking of it. Oh, that's a good serve. Nice. King Ozo says, my cinematic masterpiece is unveiled. I can't wait to see that. I might save it till afterward. I might watch it on stream, we'll see. Dizzy says, this is also one of the only times I've drawn a scene with more than one character, so... Yeah, and that's another one of the things about this piece, is that they're both juxtaposed so well in terms of the emotion they're displaying, and like how they're both perfect halves that are contributing to the whole of the piece, and they feel like they're together. Like in many things, this is true for acting, or also just art like this, where you're just looking at a scene with several subjects, but
And also when you're writing dialogue. It's really easy to have multiple subjects, but it feels like they're all just existing separately. And they're not actually truly interacting, even though they're supposed to be, or they're technically interacting. It doesn't feel like they're actually living with each other inside the piece. But this is absolutely an example of something where it feels like they're together, and they're a part of the same experience, and the experience is amplified because of them being together, you know? Ramble time. I approve. This is very good. And anybody out there, it doesn't matter if you want to draw something about Diminish and you don't feel like it's going to be this good. If you make it and you show it to me, it will change my life for the better. So please, if things like this make you feel intimidated, which I mean, that's natural, but don't. It doesn't matter what the perceived quality of you as an artist is. If you draw something and show it to me, it's going to make my day. And I'm going to appreciate it so much, and I'll appreciate you. And I appreciate you already. But you know what I mean. Go for it. Go for it. And I hope this only serves to inspire people and not make them feel bad about themselves if they feel like they're not at this level yet, because you will find your style when you give it enough time, and then you will make yourself proud like Desi has with this piece. And everybody else will be proud too. Desi says, gosh, say your creative juices flow right into my brain. Well, I'm glad. Look at what it did. Well, that's the goal here. Like, clear. I'm only trying to inspire all of you so you can make things that boost my ego. So, this is all part of my evil ploy. Yeah, I'm just trying to trick all of you into drawing Apollo. That's why I made Diminish. That's the only reason I made Diminish, was so that people could draw Apollo. People draw one of my characters just so I could get fan art. That's the only reason I make anything, is so that people can create fan content and just fill my ego to dangerous levels of fullness. So yeah, that's my big secret. The mystique is ruined. Desi says, I drew them together because 1, muscles, and 2, they're both 5'3" kings. Ah! Perfection. Oh! Excuse me? Cecilia says, I'm now going to draw in your honor, Desi, except I'm just going to draw random stuff from Art Course, so nothing even slightly related to you, but still, that's what this is all about. That's what I like to hear. Alright, Bob, have fun lurking. I hope you feel better soon. Desi says, I love official art of Apollo, but I cannot draw in that style yet. Maybe with practice. I'll steal your art skills. And I don't, like, I feel like what I'm looking at right now, I get the sense that I'm looking at something that, I mean, of course, you can always improve. I mean, with anything in life, you can always improve. But I feel like I'm just looking at a style, honestly. I feel like it's conveying with aplomb what it's setting out to convey. And I'm very much enjoying this style. And if you want to use my style to help you improve, or if you feel like that's what your style is asking for, then absolutely. But I don't want you to feel like you want to use my style to help, like, you want to go after my style just because you feel like my style is better than yours, and you wanna replace your style with mine because I think your style is great. But again, I don't want to dissuade you from learning from my style if that's what your heart is asking for. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna need to get a new microphone stand soon. Yeah, 123A. Griff showed up with a mouse and had fun, and that made me happy. Oh, beautiful. Kingslayer asks, Sri, is there like an array of an Apollo in different angles? I'm not sure what you're asking. Do you mean like, is there like a reference sheet for Apollo? Because I made something kind of like that. It is a reference sheet. I don't know why I said kind of like that, because it is exactly a reference sheet. Yeah, Cecilia says, Desi, I love the way you did Apollo's hair and their tail, like genuinely. That's my canon for how it looks. I forgot to mention this too. And also the fluff in their ears. I love that too. I love that you took some creative liberties with how you drew Apollo, like that being the biggest thing. The little fluff in their ears, that's precious. And then also, yeah, the floofiness of their tail and their hair. Like the way you drew the tail kind of reminds me of the art style of Disney's Hercules. Like, I feel like there are a lot of things in that film that were drawn like the way that tail is drawn, and I find that thematically appropriate. Yeah, it's an excellent tail. And the hair came out great. The floof was amazing. Oh, Bob says, but I can draw. I'm going to draw the Scully Boy. Yes, Justin. Oh, Desi said the exact same thing. Yes, Justin. Let's go. Cecilia says, does Bruno Mars is muscular woman? It sounded like Phantom in here. Bisuki says, hey everyone, I want to draw Apollo, but I don't know what kind of scene to draw them in. Does anyone have any ideas? Say. Cecilia says, Apollo training their Olympic swimming. I think that's an awesome suggestion. I think everyone in the world should draw that. But you're someone in the world, so if you want to, I'll go ahead and second that recommendation. Yeah, Kingslayer says, is that what it's called? A reference sheet? It's like how you picture them in 3D space. Yeah, so my reference sheet has a few, like it has full on front, full on side, full on back. And yeah, and there's a couple of additional poses, and one of them is like that diagonal pose. Trying to find it here. I hope that I can post a link in my own chat, or if YouTube is that restrictive, we'll see. Whoa, Shay did a one-handed forehand? I don't believe it. I can't rewind, it's live. Darn it. Yeah, Bisuki says, you mean water flying? Thank you, keeping us honest. So if that link shows, that's the reference sheet. Desi says, say, not to distract you from your work, but could we see some water art? With how much you love it, I want to see how you draw it. You have no idea how that made me feel. So, I have some existing ones that I can show first, and then I can try and draw. Yeah, that reaction wasn't like, oh, that reaction was just like pure happiness. Because I've drawn a lot of water art related to Rayla from the Dragon Prince. Because she's extremely afraid of water and hates it with every fiber of her being, and I find that compelling. Extremely compelling. It'll be interesting seeing if I can find the versions of these that are the most... Okay, so this might be interesting. Like, I can show you how the water developed as I was working on this one. Oh, Kingslayer says that the reference sheet might help my project here. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Okay, so I think I'll show how the water in this scene progressed. I don't know how well it'll show up. Let's see. Okay, that's a pretty good zoom level. How far am I gonna have to scroll every time? I'd like this to go faster. You're getting a half little time-lapse thing. So I'm just adding insane amounts of detail each time. Yep. And that's close to the finished version. Yeah, now I'm just changing little things here. Yeah, just micro adjustments at this point. And then, at some point, once I get to the finished version, I go in and I add some video effects. That doesn't look like the right one. What about this? Yeah, that's one of them that I did. I might have ended up reverting back to this one where I didn't add special effects. Yeah, I painted the water myself. So if this piece just in itself is any indication of how fixated I am with water, because this did not feel like work. I just wanted to make the water look like that. And for some reason I also wanted to make Rayla suffer, because I am a horrible human being. I'm glad that helps, Kingslayer. I'm glad. I wonder... Yeah, that's with some added effects. Yeah, that might have been the final version. Yeah, because with the lighting change, it kind of makes it look even a bit more realistic, but it's not expressly necessary. So I drew this one January 2019. So more than 2 years ago now. Wow. God, poor Rayla. And of course, there are way more. There are a lot of sketches that I started and never actually that I didn't actually finish, that were water related. Bisaki asks, do you know why you're like that with water? Does it come from things that you've experienced? Do you feel some kind of spiritual connection to it? It's larger than I have the intellectual ability to comprehend or wrap my head around. I think about it often, and I've written down lots of meditations on it, and I've tried to explain it to people before, and it always comes out in novel form because there's so much. But the Dragon Prince was a piece of media that really helped me compartmentalize everything and find places, like figure out where things go mentally with my relationship with water. Mostly because of this character here, Rayla. Just thinking about how the show has, or how the franchise, I guess, at this point, has symbolized it and used it as a conduit for conveying greater ideas, and it's helped me a lot. But yeah, I've always swimming has been one of my favorite things for my entire life. The beach, God, it's like another world. And I have dreams about going there often. I drew this picture while I was living at the beach for a month. Imagine that. Yeah, it's just a lot. I wonder if the reason that it affects me even more severely when it comes to seeing it in media, in fiction, is because of something that I saw in media when I was young, and it's such a vague memory that I can't even, I wouldn't even be able to talk about it with any sort of cohesiveness. But like, I wonder if there were things that I saw in media when I was young that made me really intrigued by it. But yeah, like, I also remember some of my earliest memories of my life. There's one that I associate with my mother, and like, imagining like being in water like gave me the same feeling as that feeling of absolute love and security. It's that, again, this is very hard to put into words, but yeah, I've sort of always had the relationship. It's hard to think back to like a cause or a root. It's just kind of a thing, and it's grown and morphed and evolved more and more as my life has gone on, to the point where there would be points where I'd be unable to focus on my life, or unable to, it would be pervasive and invasive. And so stuff like this is how I've been able to survive through it. And I kept it inside for most of my life, because I thought I had this strange and delusional feeling that if I ever started talking about it or came out to people about it, that like it would be this perversion, or it would be seen as like this, weird and thing that I should be ostracized for, or especially like this continues. This is a fear that continues, and I didn't mean to say that reference. Like I've been afraid that as an artist it would, and again, this is just a good word for it, it would diminish people's experience with my work, because obviously I'm gonna be exploring it a lot as a theme and as a symbol and a plot device in many things that I create, if not all, throughout my life. Just because it's going to create more powerful work that way because of my relationship with it being so powerful. But I always thought that if it became really overt and everybody started knowing about it related to me as a creator, then it would dampen their experience with the respective works, because they'd see the things in question in the work and it'd just be like, oh, this is just because of that weird, depraved obsession with water. Of course, he had to go there again. Couldn't let the work be what it is. And then they wouldn't be able to see what the work is saying as a result. Or it would just like stand out like a sore thumb to them. Like they'd only be thinking about my obsession with water. They wouldn't be thinking about what the work is doing. So I've been afraid of that, but as you can see, I'm starting to be open about it regardless, because I feel like that's just what I should be doing. So I'm doing it. Also, this is a moment that I imagine after one of the moments that you see in the actual show, where Rayla saves bait from a big water monster. And as they're swimming back to shore, they have that moment. Sorry. Like, that doesn't actually happen in the show, but I feel like it should. Should have. Because Rayla wasn't feeling awful enough about the way everything went. This is also, like, this is the first piece of fan art that I made for the Dragon Prince. This is like a screenshot recreation. What the heck? Oh, I guess I worked in a grid here. I guess I'll open up the PNG instead of the work file. This is like absurdly huge. What was... Yeah. Okay, so this is 7,680 pixels by 4,320 pixels. So this is pretty high resolution. This is definitely the highest resolution thing I've ever made. Kingslayer says you're giving me an obsession of water right now. Oh god, I'm sorry. This is like a redraw of a screenshot from the show. Because god, when this you can imagine that the scene that this is from to this day keeps me awake at night. The imagery in that scene is pretty well done. But yeah, this frame in particular, I wanted to try and add a crap ton of detail to and redraw completely, and I did. See, this is her in the process of saving this little guy. Just imagining what a character like that would feel like in a moment, in this exact moment. A character that already just water in its most inert and natural state, just water by itself, is terrifying to this person. And then, like, their first big experience with it that they're placed into in the show, with after several hints that you're given and several moments where her fear of water is explored a bit. Yeah, Kingslayer, they use it quite a lot. Yeah. But yeah, after she's characterized with her fear of water, like, this is the first moment where she's having to face it, and then, like, I can hardly imagine a more terrifying water moment for anyone, but for someone who is an intense aquaphobe, this sort of thing is just wow. It made me think constantly. Deep into the night, not being able to sleep. So there's a few things that I've already done, water related. And there's more. Let me see if I can find more water related stuff that is in a showable state. Because I know there is at least one thing in particular that I kept in doodle form. I didn't actually flush out. Is this the same? What the heck? Yeah, so that's a couple of looks at things that I've made that are fully rendered, but I also just like sketching water scenes too. And it was a little two-piece set that I did. So here's like the first half. I was playing with drawing poses in the shapes of the moon. There you go. There's another one. But yeah, Kingslayer, they do use water a substantial amount in the Dragon Prince, and it makes me sad that I'm not working on the official content, but that's fine. God, I would. No, I'm not even. Like, I'm not mad at them. Definitely not mad at them for not making me a part of their team or anything. That's not what I'm saying. It's just like, man, what an opportunity that would be. God. Because, like, the graphic novel that came out is extremely water-focused, and specifically with Rayla. Yeah, the Desi's fan art coupled with Bisaki's question about me rambling about my immense hyperfixation with water. Now I have a ton of energy. I was on the verge of passing out earlier, but now you're never going to be able to get me to shut up. Yeah, just picturing an aquaphobe fully submerged in water. Like, I imagine for someone like me, it would be fully, like, comparable to being fully submerged in, like, a 20-foot deep pool of spiders, you know? Yeah, Kingslayer said it's kind of crazy because we haven't even seen the Ocean Arcanum yet. Yeah. And I hope whenever it comes up, Rayla's going to be involved, because if not, they're going to be missing so much opportunity for juicy content. At least she'll be involved with the events. Like, I'm not talking about, like, she'd be involved with, like, getting closer to the Ocean Arcanum or anything, because I don't feel like that's needed, but, you know... At least, like, it would definitely help to grow her as a character, for her to be involved in whatever events are associated with that. Cecilia says, "Oh God, say I was basically that exact same way earlier today in art school, just completely with no energy and just so tired and hungry. Yeah, sorry. Had to draw standing up to even do anything. Bought some coffee and it went well. Good." Sab said, "I sort of wish Anglerfish didn't always make me think of that oatmeal comic about anglerfish now. I don't know what that is, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should be glad that I don't know." Oh, Bisaki asked, "Is that 2D?" I assume you mean this one. Yeah, this was 2D. That's what I like about drawing with extremely thin lines. Yeah, because it makes it look like a 3D render. But see, that is the line. That is the line work. I think it was literally at one width. It was at the width of 1. Let's find out. Yeah. Yeah, I set it to 1. And then it was at like 3 or 4 times 1080p. So like 8K or something. Whatever they call that. Yeah, if you go up really close, you'll see that I actually didn't, like, I didn't polish a lot. I didn't color in a lot of the lines to the fullest. Like, you can see, this is really rough. But because it's, just by virtue of it being so huge, and then by me adding some effects in post, it makes it look really polished. So yeah, this was the first thing that I made, for fan content for the Dragon Prince. So that was like late 2018, so 2.5 years ago now. Kingslayer says, "I'm willing to bet they're going to do that. Sounds like something EHAS wouldn't pass up." And apparently they hinted that we're going to be seeing why Rayla is afraid of water. So we'll be seeing that, which will be water related with Rayla. And I have this, like, when I saw that in the interview transcript, I keep imagining this scene, it playing out like the flashback is happening because, like, Rayla is faced, like she has to swim across some body of water, and then it shows up, like it brings you to that flashback, and then, like, she's using that memory to, like, steel herself for crossing whatever the body of water is. I don't know. It feels resonant to my head, but it's not resonant to talk about, but so those are a few things that I've already made, and you wouldn't have to prod me into making another one tonight at some point. I don't know what I would do, like, exactly. Although I've been thinking about making a Diminished related one, possibly official for Act 2, or possibly just for me. So I might draw an Apollo water scene. We'll see. It's funny because Apollo isn't even my character that is super obsessed with water. But clearly they like it. But yeah, there's another very long-winded dive into my relationship with water, and it still didn't even scratch the surface at all. I just showed 3 fan arts and talked about my relationship with it, with the way the Dragon Prince explores it. Kingslayer says, I always loved learning about the more creepy sea creatures like frilled sharks and longfin eels. Yeah, like, deep sea creatures are really wild. They are very neat, yeah. Bisuki asks, which is the character who's super obsessed with water? That would be Azure. I think you were here when I showed her off. I know both of those were unintentional references, but I just decided to not bring attention to them. Oh, I'm scrolling back up and seeing a lot of compliments. Thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bisuke asks, did you do it yourself? Yeah, I assume you're talking about the first one. Yeah, I made all of those by myself, and only the second one was based off of a screenshot. And even then, it was only like I didn't trace anything or anything. Thank you, Desi. Thank you, Desi. King also says, Sei is a waterbender. You must master your abilities. King also asks, what are your thoughts on Subnautica? I haven't played any games like that yet, like Raft or anything like that, because I think it's like the same thing with me consuming new Sonic material, where, like, I don't know if I'd be able to, like, if my heart would be able to take that experience. Like Sea of Solitude, stuff like that, you know? I just can't, I can't even think about it, because, like, just the thought of stuff like that makes me, like, unable to think about anything else. But yeah, it looks really cool. So yeah, don't worry about distracting me from my work here. That gave me a lot of energy to finish this stuff. And I'm gonna finish these, and then think about doing some other stuff. Like maybe a diminished water scene, but I also have some requests, too. So we'll take a gander. And if, yeah, there are way more water-related things that I've drawn that I didn't even show, so... Yeah, I showed one with Eva the other day. Like one of the art pieces that I wasn't proud of. And there's also another water-related Dragon Prince fan content thing that I drew for a friend's fan fiction, actually. And there are aspects of it that I'm extremely not proud of at this point, just purely from my drawing standpoint. So I didn't show that one here, but I'm not opposed to showing it at some point. Because I know that it's not bad. It's just Rayla's face really didn't turn out the way that I liked, that I hoped it would. It's really kind of the only thing. Although I probably borked up the perspective pretty badly too, because I went really hard on the perspective. I used that piece as an opportunity to try it out. Some perspective work. Phantom is here! Hi, Phantom. How are you doing? I've missed your meditations on the world and life. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. I don't even know if he's gonna want the shirt down that low. So let's. Yeah, that was fun. Thank you for the question, Bisuki. You were the one who asked, right? I can't even remember this point. I don't even know who I am anymore. I was thinking about water. My body doesn't work when I think about water. Especially in fictional settings. Especially if the characters in question are aquaphobes. So yeah, that's part of my obsession with Sonic too. And that's a really weird relationship, because Sonic games cannot decide if most of the characters can swim or if none of them can. Sonic games just have no idea where to go with that decision. And that pisses me off so much. Make up your damn mind. And it's also interesting because it's like Sonic's only weakness, and like it's not even main text in most of the games and stuff. But some of the only times that he's genuinely interesting in a lot of the official content, when it comes to like the earlier games, is when it's made clear that like that's his only weakness, and like he's actually interacting with something that he's not perfect about. Because Sonic is like the ultimate Mary Sue, you know. And so it's really cool whenever it's explored that there's actually something that he's not perfect with. Alright, I gotta catch up here. Oh, Kingslayer says long fins are freshwater. They're like right below the surface. Goodness gracious. Bisuki says, oh no, I was saying, did you do it yourself? As in, did you make yourself so amazing? Yeah, so who was the one who even got me on that massive tangent? Was it Desi? Sorry, I can't even remember. Whoever it was, thank you. I feel great right now. And when I first started being open about how I feel about water and what it does to me, especially in fictional settings, even when I opened up about it, I felt disgusting afterward. I felt like almost, and this is the word that I'm looking for, is I use with reverence, because of what that word means in people's lives with different contexts. But I always feel a bit almost exposed isn't the word that I was talking about, but I do feel exposed after talking about it, or I used to, but almost like violated, you know. That's the word that I was talking about. Like when I would talk about it and I wasn't quite ready to yet, I didn't feel like at ease, or, you know, I didn't feel like I had gotten a lot off my chest. I felt like I had violated my own God, dignity or something, because that's just how deep it ran and how weird I felt about it and how afraid I was of it. But I don't feel that way anymore. Like, this is definitely the largest, like, and most personal setting that I've been talking about it in, and I don't feel that way about it anymore. It feels normal to me now because I had to normalize it to myself. I had to keep talking about it. That was the only way. And so I'm glad that I started on that path of being open about it in different settings, so that now, in the most direct and, like, raw and exposing venue for it, I can go on that big of a ramble about it. It could be that personal, and I don't really feel any sort of negativity about it right now. So that's a huge deal for me. That's kind of absurd to think about, that I'm actually at this point. So thank you for asking. Yeah, Dizzy says it's a bit scary to play. It's talking about Subnautica, less to watch/listen to. Yeah, I saw it was one of Markiplier's big series. Break the surface, says Bisuki. Yeah. Yep. I almost didn't include that because it was just so on the nose, but I accepted the fact that it was probably just me being overcautious and over-conscious of it. Just by virtue of how much I look into all that stuff and look into it too much. So I left it in. I had to make that. And then it presented itself an opportunity during my rant in the next episode, and it just sort of slapped me in the face. It's like, this actually resolved into something. Wow. So it was a good thing that I kept that line in, because it improved the work. It's amazing how things work out sometimes, isn't it? If you just put yourself out there, or at the very least, if you just try something that you're not sure about. Phantom says, I've been very busy with the registration form and spreadsheets for my project. Well, hopefully it's going well. Slope of the day is 1 out of 12. A very cool slope in that which value is used in music, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, and Phantom was here while I started talking about the sonic relation with water. Oh, Cecilia says, it's embarrassing for me to admit, but it's tangentially related to water. I have a bit of a phobia related to rain. I get it, okay. Thank you for coming forward with that, and I understand. The thing about people not liking water is that I completely understand. Like, if you're afraid of it, if you have reservations about it in any way, yeah, water is dangerous, and it's horrifying, and it's like annoying. It's just one of the most powerful things that exists in our existence, you know. And it's so different. Our experience with like, when you experience water, it's so starkly different from anything else that you can experience in this life. It's so unusual whenever you come into contact with it. There's nothing else quite like it. I mean, other liquids, of course, but water is the one that you usually come into contact with. You have the largest chance to. Phantom says, Sonic, no water! Also, Sonic in SA1, taking showers at the casino and chilling in the water at the waterfall in Mystic Ruins. Yes, Sonic Adventure 1, I will never understand what they were trying to go for, for the most part in that game, but especially with all of that stuff. All of the choices when it related to water in that game just pissed me off so much. What were you trying to do? Bisuki says, I get that, say, water and your relationship with it is sacred to you. Like, I think that is part of it too. Like, me, like, coming out with it was, it felt like, now that you say that, maybe it did feel like I was sort of violating a sacred, like, secret. Like, that's a very interesting way to look at it. I hadn't thought about it that way before, and I feel like that there's definite truth to that. Book Nerd says, I have a fear of heights and a paralyzing fear of earthquakes in motion underneath me. Understood. Today I drew a pig. Hi. Today I drew a pig said, art is all about channeling obsessions in a productive way. Yeah, I feel like art really, really benefits from that. Like, and this is something me and my friend talk about all the time, but I also feel like he does, in that, like, art, if you can feel and tell that an art is being honest, that goes such a long way. It goes such a long way. An art, like, a craft being genuine really, really, really goes a long way. Kingslayer says, just went back in time. Bisuki brought you to the water tangent so you can thank him/she/them. Okay, so it was Bisuki. Alright. Thank you, Kingslayer, for clearing that up. Bisuki says, sometimes trying to put those sacred feelings into words feels wrong or gross. I totally get it. Art is wonderful for that kind of thing. Yeah, I think that was part of it. Phantom says, also at the pool in Station Square, at the edge of the sea, in certain areas of Emerald Coast, and Ice Cap. Yep. Bisuki says, I think maybe Desi asked that question, but it doesn't matter either way. I did. Oh, okay. Any pronouns are fine. Bisuki says, Saria, break the surface is the line in the episode that did it to me. It hit me like an explosion of emotion in my guts. The amount of power that you imbued in that part of the story was unreal. Okay, thank you for validating me. Thank you very much. King Ozza says, I'm not so much afraid of water as I am the things living in it. Very, very valid. I mean, like, basically most things in life are valid, but that is extreme, like, one of the most obviously valid things I can think of. Kingslayer says, my nightmare gave me a slight phobia of the dark. Can't go to bed sometimes, because I'm worried he was watching. Oh god, I feel this too. I have actual experiences with this as well. Kingslayer says, might have had a true phobia of it like 2 years ago. Also, yeah, you're right, Bisuki. It was Desi. It was Desi. Okay, it was Desi. Phantom says, if you have a headache while in the shower, usually it is not pronounced or suppressed. Aqua is definitely interesting sometimes. Supposedly there's a Japanese inventor that swims every morning and it helps them come up with new inventions. They've set the record for the most inventions ever. I think 3,500 or 35,000. Yeah, I've heard a lot of scientific theory and scientific discoveries related to how water amplifies thought and also reacts to like our thoughts and things that we say. But yeah, I've heard very often that like if you think about things in the shower, like there are very unique and like nearly mystical effects that scientifically occur. Desi asks, off topic, what does the name Saria come from? Okay, so, Saria is a bit of an amalgamation, like a Frankensteining of several different things from different meanings. So, it's meant to come from the word siren, of course referring to, like, the mythological sirens that would draw in sailors and then bad things would happen. Because, you know, when I'm thinking about art, especially when it comes to things like water related, I always feel like I'm being led by a siren song that I just can't unhear. And so Sairia's song is in very, very heavily relating to that, but also like the EA, like in Seiria, partially comes from the word dream. So that's most of it. That's most of Seiria's song. Bisuki called it. All right. Well done. But also I like how it's kind of similar to like Saria's song from Ocarina of Time. There are a lot of things that led me to zeroing in on that name. Desi says, if I go to the ocean, I will be scared of crabs and gulls. Yeah, I don't like being in the ocean, honestly. There are things about water that I just, no matter how fascinated I am by it, I'll just never be able to get myself to enjoy. And one of those things is being in the ocean, just because I can't stop thinking about the things that are in there and how gross it is. And also in general, like, as much as I adore swimming, I hate how, it's just such a commitment, because getting wet is a commitment. Like, fully submerging yourself in water is, like, you have to plan your day around it, legitimately. And that's kind of sad. Because if not, I would do it all the time. I would love to have, like, swimming be, like, this normalized, just normal transportation. Like if they just had rivers like alongside roads that you could use for transportation, God, I would be all up in there every day. But it's also just a hassle. As long as the water is warm. I hate cold water too. That's the other thing. I cannot stand cold water. Can't stand it. I love drinking it, but I don't want to be anywhere near it if we're talking about like swimming in it. King Ozza says, most of my fears are of a more existential variety. Oh god, what if I end up becoming a failure and I'm left with nothing to do but rot away? Yeah. I'm with you. Desi says, my biggest fear is my GF dying / me dying before ever seeing her again. Valid, 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 valid. I'm sorry that you have that fear. And not valid because, like, it's going to happen, but... valid because, of course, like, that's natural. Yeah, like being that fixated on it might not be like logical or rational. Like I'm reading what Desi is saying. Like she's not unhealthy and not prone to risky stuff. I just car accidents, bro, car accidents. Yeah, see, God, this is how I live life too. I'm constantly worrying about things like that aren't expressly rational, but it's just I can't stop, you know. Just like the Dunkin' Donuts logo. Yeah, just like that. Just like that. Just like that. Just like that. It's probably Instagram that you're talking about, Bisuki, with like answering the siren's call. Yeah. The siren song. Ruben, hi Ruben. Ruben says, I've never gotten to see the ocean in real life. Oh, I'm sorry. One day I want to see a sea slug and a seal. I would love to. Oh god, I want to meet a seal too. Absolutely. No ocean soup? We'll see. Phantom says, I'm scared of heights. Yeah, we both got the blaze thing happening. I am inordinately afraid of heights. Kingslayer says, yeah, Desi, it can be heart-wrenching to have a sudden loss of special people. I've had too many encounters with that type of loss. I'm sorry. Makes you wish you could have said something before it was too late. Yeah, Cecilia. Cripplingly terrified of hurting people. Yeah, so it stops you from being able to live out of fear of anything you do hurting someone. Yeah, I'm with you. Desi says, I've never really lost anyone, and that's why it's so terrifying for me. I think I just give up, no real reason. Yeah, that's how I feel That's how I feel about the people I love. I don't know how I'd be able to survive. Bisuki says, I used to be obsessed with water too. I'm still entranced by it and swim every chance I get. The wearing swimsuits was something I wouldn't be able to do for years. Wasn't able to do for years. Got you. And when I was a little kid, I almost died in the waves so many times, but I always kept going back. Dizzy says, walrus tusks with... Yeah, walrus seals with their big tusks make me afraid. I mixed up every single possible consonant there. My bad. Cecilia says, I fear I may have a problem with empathy because I'm not afraid of that anymore. I think the fact that, like, you have that fear is a good sign. And but, like, from my own dealings with you, I don't think you have to worry about that too much. And it never hurts to be introspective, but I think you're doing fine. I think you're doing fine. But yeah, I think it reflects well on you that you have that fear, that you have a problem with empathy. Bisuki says, I thought I was a sea cat, which is an animal I believed in, and if I spent enough time swimming, I would finally realize my actuality of being a sea cat. I always am extremely, like, delighted whenever I come across a video or something of a cat that loves swimming. That just makes my day every time. Kingslayer says, you can get, like, I don't know if that relates to what you were talking about, but Kingslayer says, you can get through it, it's not permanent, it's just hard if you get to that point where it hurts you for real. Yeah, like, I know that when I lose somebody who is that important to me, I'll survive, and it will, like, it's just life. It will happen. But right now, it is one of my greatest fears and greatest things that I dread in my life. I'm dealing with the exact same things, Cecilia, so... Yes, Midori, I'm going down reading these things. I'm dealing with all the exact same feelings. I've verbalized them to a friend before. And I don't know if there's a way that you can truly absolve yourself of that fear or just, like, completely do away with it. Because I think that it is kind of necessary. I don't know if it is, but I think if you truly are committed to that path, then that's going to be something that is always going to be on your mind. But don't let that dissuade you from continuing to be that person. Because what's the alternative? To trying to be the best person you can be. What's the alternative to that? Yeah, Cecilia says, what I want to do and what would make people the happiest, those are synonymous to me a lot. Yeah. That's another good sign. Ruben says, I have a very specific debilitating OCD fear of simply walking in staircases. I see. I'm really sorry that you have such a pervasive fear in your life. King Ozza says, I always try to make it a point to be as honest and as genuine with people as possible, whether it's good or bad, so I'm being completely honest when I say that. And that's really useful to people. That's so useful to people, especially when they're receptive to it, of course. But that's the sort of thing that genuinely helps people. Desi says, I'm mainly afraid of her dying before I can see her again. Separate, just not getting to hold her again. But I think when we're like, yeah, in person, the fear will subside more. And again, it's a valid thing. It happens to everybody. When you're that passionate. Yes, Sam Midori, this experience you're having right now is natural. I think, because this happens to me too, and I feel like it happens. It happens to a lot of people I know. I think it's sort of something that every person faces, and it's extremely not telling, but important what they do as a result of that, and how they use it. Like if they use it to become more introspective as a result, and be conscious of it and aware of its place in their life, rather than completely dismissing it and just you know, I don't know, man. You know what I'm trying to say. But I'm sorry that I can't provide I'm sorry that I can't and won't dismiss these concerns and fears and things a lot of the time whenever people come to me with these things, because I think it's important that these things are being experienced and that you find your way to grow whenever these things are occurring within you or to you. King Ozo, I understand your sentiments, and I think they're admirable. I think that it's important not to not to completely throw away darkness inside yourself. I think darkness is one of the most important things inside you. I think that it can be dangerous to completely ignore it or throw it away or cast it away, because I think one of the most important things to do in life is to find balance. And if you throw yourself out of balance like that, and you you strike darkness out of your life, and you try to banish it, and you don't accept it as part of your life, that because it will always be there, which is not a bad thing, because it's just a part of the entire experience and a part of us. And then when you try and separate yourself from it, then because it's still there, you'll still be struggling with its effects, and then you won't be as equipped to deal with it. That's my view on the matter. Again, that's only to try and spur on critical thinking on the subject, not to cause people to just completely adopt my views. I think that darkness is incredibly important, and this is based on my own experiences, because I used to feel exactly the same way, where it's darkness only exists if you let it. It's all about the light. You have to be the light. I used to be that way, and it caused me some serious harm, and one of the most important people in my life tried to warn me about that, and then had to watch as I kind of kept destroying myself as a result. And once I started accepting and learning from the darkness a bit more, and letting it be a part of who I am, my life got way better. Life got way easier to live, and God, my art got better. Holy freaking crap. But again, King Ozo, I feel like the sentiment behind what you're saying is admirable, and I appreciate it very much. And I don't want to call you out or like diminish who you are and what you're trying to amplify for everybody here. But I feel like it was something that I wanted to talk about, and my own worldview on it. I think it's important to act on the best balance of light and dark inside you, and how that allows you to look at things from every possible angle. Because I agree with the statement that don't let darkness define you, from its most obvious meaning of like, don't be a bad person, you know? Yeah, don't be a bad person, don't do bad things. But again, I think it's just inevitable to be defined by darkness, and I'm not like saying, oh, we should give up and just let let humanity do dark things. What I'm saying is, darkness is just important to us. It is us, and we have to be aware of it. We have to work with it. So that's a soapbox. And again, King Azo, I don't want to preach to you. I don't want to try and patronize you. And I think that your standpoint is admirable. And of course, I'm way behind, so. Oh, good, Ruben. That's good progress. Excellent. Cecilia says, I always philosophized it as order and chaos. Yeah, and also, I'm not worried about it being cliche. Yeah, like, because even after everything I've just said, I still believe that it's important to remain naive about our ability to improve humanity and be better than we've ever been. Because I feel like the only thing that is going to, the only thing that can truly enact change when people don't believe that we can change is naivete. Like, that just disbelief that it's not possible, you know? And I still feel that certain, like, that still exists within me. But I'm now balancing that with allowing myself to be a human being and allowing myself that darkness and being balanced. Cecilia said, I had a whole really egotistical talk a while ago about how I always pick order or something, everything is creation or destruction. You don't have to put yourself down about it. Bisaki says, not to derail, but the lo-fi music is matching up really well for our conversation right now. I'm glad you're feeling better, Cecilia. Yeah, King Azo says, if you wake up and actively choose, I'm going to be nice to people, that's not faking it. You made that choice. That is you. Absolutely. Bisaki says, as a Scorpio, I live off of darkness completely, so I resent that. Aw. Cat hug gif, yeah. Yeah, and King Azo, yeah, I especially don't want to diminish your feelings on this subject because it's probably helping you get through this period in your life. It seems like you're going through a lot of tough things. So I should have led with that too. Like, if that is your lifeline, if that is literally your lifeline, then you cling to it. You keep living exactly the way you're living, and you keep spreading that mindset. If that is helping you, if that is your lifeline, then do not let me stand in your way. And of course, I think that it matters and it's valid. Yeah, King Azo says, for a while it's felt like I'm being drowned in darkness. Yeah, and if that's how you felt about darkness, then you're then striving for, like, going completely in the opposite direction is your method of trying to balance it, I think. At least in an emergency sense. And then you can worry about finding the true balance later. Kingslayer says, on this topic, anybody just have those days where you just want to get sad, like watch a sad movie or something? I don't have those days very often. Well, when I do that, I just think about sad things with my own creations, or like think about sad things like original-wise. Because I am really, really, really bad at wanting to consume sad media. Oh, man. Desi says, I think most of my life is led in a gray area. I choose to do good things, I choose to do some bad things. I just try to do more good than bad, I can hope. Even for some selfish reasons. I'm gonna let that sit, because I don't think that I'm a smart enough person to play off of that, because I think that that's kind of profound, actually. In a really simple way, I think that's... Because that kind of embodies the big questions in our lives, doesn't it? And I think those questions are important to ponder, even if you don't ever find the answers. Because I don't have the answers. Cecilia says, I always choose to create, not destroy. Much easier to destroy for practically everyone, but in my entire life I've never had a problem creating light, love, compassion. Yeah, that's an interesting way to view the world at large and existence. It's like creation versus destruction, light, or order versus chaos, because the two are kind of tangentially related. King also says, I need to cling to whatever light I can get. Yep. Pisuki says, based on my definition. So I'm really sorry, Azo, if I was causing you discomfort there. I didn't want to make you the butt of that talking point. So that's unfortunate that probably happened. Bisuki says, based on my definition, I do not agree. However, what's going on in your life makes a lot of sense. King Azo, darkness as in sick, dark people can definitely F right off, yeah. And that's fine if it feels like it's a feeling that is relegated mostly just to your mind, Cecilia, because look at me with water, you know? It helps to talk about it. Phantom says, I went into the darkness and learned a lot. I don't fear it like I once would have. I entered it to learn more. I'm not talking about being evil, just trying to understand it to use the info for good. Yeah, and I feel like there's a stigma. There's, of course, I mean, obviously a large stigma when it relates to darkness. For many reasons, on many different angles. I mean, people think of darkness and they think of, like, edginess. They think of, like, the cliches. You know, they think darkness and they're like... Or they think of, like, evil or just overt badness, you know. I need to change channels. Sorry. Darkness, like, is one of the broadest and most complex things that there is in terms of, like, a generalist idea, like just an idea that you could try to think about. And that's why I think it's also important to explore. It's so huge. It's, again, like, it's too big for me. It's too big for me to claim any sort of mastery of, or, you know. Only a worldview. And King Ozo, I also want to say that God, I feel like every time I see you trying to help people who are going through extremely dark periods, like in the Vent and Support, or even before that was made into its own channel, you're so appreciated. You're doing such good things. I think you've helped a lot of people in this community, King Ozo. Yeah, and Desi says, "You are a light, Ozo, a light in our lives. I admire your effort to be good. It's admirable." And there's something to be said about that too. Like a person striving to only represent light. Maybe that in a grander sense, in terms of the entire world as a big picture, that helps to balance out people who only choose to be bad or dark, or like the bad elements of dark, you know, like just objectively bad. So there's that argument as well. I think that there's a certain darkness in ignoring darkness. But again, I feel like the way that you're going about it, King Azo, is good. And King Azo says, some people are content to sit back and let others suffer around them. And I definitely struggle. I struggle with feeling like that. I don't want to make you feel like you've hurt me by saying that. But I'm kind of that. In a way, I am that person. Like in terms of just talking to people in a discussion setting, whenever they're calling for help. I've talked about before how I never quite know what to do, and because it's so important to me. I generally just and it costs me so much energy that I know that in effort to look after my own mental health, I usually don't participate in those discussions, but I try to make up for it in my art, and that's just something that I grapple with. It's just it's a valid thing that I should feel bad about, I think, and I'm doing all right with it. But I'm glad that I say it all the time. I'm glad that I'm in a community where my slack is being picked up tenfold. And King Oslo, you're one of those people, for big time, who's picking up that slack. Yeah, King Oslo, I think you're doing great. From what I know of you, you're a solid person. Kingslayer says, I just kind of hang out until I get inspired to try something, then I do the thing. Rinse, repeat. I'm kind of like that, in a way. Yeah, I'm not surprised that you understand, King Ozo. You are an open-minded person. Kingslayer says, not sure of my philosophy, but that is what I do, so I guess that's my philosophy. I appreciate... Okay, I said it normally. I always have to think. I have to think back and listen to the words that I just said, and try and figure out if I said appreciate or appreciate. I think I said it normally. I appreciate you bringing it up in the first place, and conveying your thoughts. Zab says, my therapist's big thing was hold two things at once. That can work okay for me. Like, I feel terrible for people, but at the same time I have some schadenfreude, better to acknowledge that. Based on the context. Interesting, okay. That is a complex thing to deal with. Yeah, and just like, if that's just a thing that you just can't, the only way to try and like remove it is to repress it, like it never actually goes away, then the repression can only serve to build it up. Kingslayer says, too simple of a man to comment in here. Well, I don't consider myself an intellectual by any means, or like this genius. Like, well, and I not to also not to diminish the anybody else in here, but I feel like these are fairly basic, and not to diminish you for feeling the way that you do, Kingslayer. Like, oh, these are basic, so you must be really stupid. But not basic in like a rudimentary sense, but basic in the sense that these are philosophical topics that we all tend to grapple with, and they're more broad, and I feel like they come up often, and so a lot of people think about these things. And if you don't want to, then that's not a if you don't want to, or you don't feel like it, or you don't feel like you're equipped to, or like you've never thought about this before, that shouldn't be a bad reflection on you, because it's just the way that you are. That's fine. No exit. I don't think I've experienced that work yet, but that sounds awesome. That sounds really awesome. Desi says, I feel like that a lot, Kingslayer. I don't have much life experience and have a pretty simplistic view on life, I think. I like it more simple. And again, I think that my view on things is more simplistic than it might be immediately, it might seem. I am in no way a philosopher. I'm not studied. My surface level interest in philosophy is just that. It's surface level and shallow in many regards, but when I am faced with that stuff, like when it begs my attention like it has in my life, that's when I try and become as that's when I think about it, you know. That's because I have to. It's a survival thing, and also just trying to become the absolute best person I can be. So that's the result. That's where a lot of me comes from. Phantom says the darkness is more unknown than anything. You won't know until you shine a light into it. It's an interesting sentiment. Yeah, and King also says, I think everyone has a different kind of darkness in their life. It's different for everyone. Agreed. Yes. Yes. Oh, Cecilia says, no exit is basically... Oh, I actually did! No, I read that play. Yeah. Yep. Okay, yeah. I loved that play. Oh god, I loved that play. Yeah. Yeah, Cecilia. Okay, I can't believe because I knew it sounded familiar. I was like, oh, that rings a bell, but I don't feel like I know it. Gosh. Yep. Yeah, that was a cool play. Desi says, yeah, my therapist's kind of specialty is acceptance and commitment therapy. It's a lot of sit with your depression or anxiety or whatever. It's sit with it. It's always going to be a part of you. That's mainly what the sort of thing that I'm talking about when I'm saying, like, I'm really generalizing the meaning of darkness as being stuff like that. That's what I meant when I was saying, you know. Because I feel like that's just kind of the way it is, and the sooner you learn how to work with all of that, then the sooner you'll be able to become good at it, and even use those things as tools to enrich you and improve you. And it's never easy, ever. It's like the hardest possible thing. That's what makes it so important to learn how to approach and do. And that's why it's important to have help. Cecilia said, yeah, just describing the play, yeah. Yeah, God, it's so awesome. Zab said, took a long time for me to come around to seeing how that can help sometimes, but there are lots of schools of thoughts / therapies that psychologists / therapists practice, yeah. Yeah, not all of them subscribe to the same schools of thought. Yep, it's where the quote, hell is other people comes from. Yep. And it's very, very misquoted. Mm-hmm. Yep. King Azo probably trying to make me feel better, saying there's a lot more to helping people than sitting down and giving good advice. I appreciate that. Bisuki says, hey, yeah, at first I was a little jokey, but I'm really sorry if I took something that you were passionate about and made light of it. That wasn't cool of me. Well, at least you didn't make dark of it. And there I go. That's part of what black comedy is, isn't it? Because I took what you were apologizing for, and then I did the same thing. So hopefully it was actually funny. But I apologize. It was awful. Thank you, Cecilia. Kingsler says, I'm going to try to think of a metaphor to add to this philosophy bomb. Good luck. I eagerly await. But yeah, King Oz, I hope that it remains clear to you how appreciated your exact standpoint is, and how it will probably continue to help a lot of people just inside this community, let alone in other walks of life. Good night, Cal. You're fine. It's totally fine. I'm much more behind than I thought I was. Yeah, Phantom says, I also want to point out that light isn't all good either. Light can create falsehoods, and like Lucifer, meaning light bearer, can manipulate light to create distorted realities. And I think that's sort of touching on what Cecilia was talking about being afraid of. And that's why I think that is a fear that reflects good on Cecilia. That reflects well on Cecilia. That's a good point, Phantom. Zab says, I took one of those Enneagram tests, and it said my personality type relies on saying aphorisms too much. But oh well, I like them. That's interesting. Yeah, and I have a couple people in my life that I really admire and respect who are very, very, very much like that, where they say these perfectly used like idioms and aphorisms and euphemisms, or aphorism. I might be thinking of the wrong thing. Yeah, like aphorisms and stuff, all the time, and it always impresses me, and I'm like, oh, they're so cool. I want to talk like that. So maybe that'll make you feel better. I always think that's cool. Oh, Bisuki, Bisuki says, to all of you, if I ever say anything that hurts, no matter my intention, please call me out. And I think that's really admirable, and I don't think you have to worry about it too much, but actually, yeah, that's kind of like my whole view on life, isn't it? Like, I'm so in between. I'm in such a weird tweener state as a person with my worldviews. Because I think that it's something that we all should be conscious of. We shouldn't worry about it. Or maybe we should. Maybe that's why it's like the only way to truly. But I know that it's dangerous to say things like that, like, oh, you should worry about these things to be a good person. It's just hard. Life is it's being a good person is difficult. It's the most difficult thing. It's so important. But basically, I really appreciate that. But you're doing great. You're really doing great. Yeah, when I was talking about how this is like basic stuff Cecilia offers fundamental, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what I was trying to say. I'm not smart enough. Cecilia says, I'm 200% genie. Interesting. Kingslayer says, since we're on the light and dark thing here, I'm like the guy that would be in the light, grab some dark, bring it into the light, and see what it'd do. And probably do it over and over for fun. Oh, that is precious. And that makes me feel happy. Basically says, communication is listener-based, and no matter your intention, what matters in communication is really understanding each other's different languages. Also a sentiment that I adore. Bennett says, I'm always thinking about existence and such. Yeah. Cecilia says, I'm the one who would keep an eye on you, King, because you bringing in that dark would provide you joy. It would provide you interest and a passion to keep going and do more, whether that be with your life or just to bring more dark. I would make sure the dark is contained, and I would make sure that it would be okay. Sick! Dizzy says, honestly, that sounds really funny and fun, King. Good philosophy. Little chaos. Selfishness. Good. Kingslayer. Yeah, there, I've made my little metaphor thingy. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It was good. Desi says, all I know about philosophy comes from The Good Place. And it's a start. It's a start. Hi, Reed. Welcome back. Yeah, this was a good conversation. I hope. Definitely seemed to be one. Hi then, Waff! How are you doing today? Yeah, you were the one who said it was a nice conversation that made me say that, and I didn't even realize who said it. And that they were new to the chat. Desi says, I think I might be a narcissist. I at least want to be aware of it and sit with it. I can be a good person even if I'm selfish. As long as I do good and understand I'm not especially owed for it. Because, you know, I relate really hard because I think that I have a lot of narcissistic tendencies. That might not come as a shock to a lot of you, and that's okay. I mean, because what you said, Desi, is exactly how I feel about myself, and so I respect that. Because I sit with that very often. I sit with a lot of things. Desi says, say... Go look in Diminish Art. Someone posted cuteness. I'm about to die. So here's what Desi made. I should have had that up the whole time, instead of that dumb half sketch. Oh, couple. Oh, and B. And Ruben. Jesus Christ. How? All at the same time. Oh, God. Is that a scarf? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is too much. This is too much. This is way too much. This is too much. This is a good too much, but it's far too much for my smooth brain. I'm gonna try and catch up here. Oh god. I'm gonna ask all 3 people if they're here, if it's okay for me to share their stuff. I still have chat to catch up on. Yeah, King Ozza said a quote from Harry Potter, something I just reread not too long ago. The world isn't split up into good guys and Death Eaters. Yeah, and then the things that make up those people aren't split into just good and bad things either. Yeah, it's, yeah. Everything is just infinitely complex. I think that you're a joy to be around, Venwoff, at least digitally, from our brief and occasional interactions. Oh, couple! Hi! Welcome! Chat jumped again, so I'm going back to where I was. Which is quite high up. No white and black with these things. You gotta build that moral compass as you go. Trying to make everyone happy, that's what matters to me. Yes, me too. And that includes doing some bad stuff sometimes. Interesting. How you would class things as being bad things. I'm curious. You don't have to talk about it. Dizzy says, I've got a moral compass, but it's in the nether and constantly spinning around. Mood. The nether update fixed the compasses in the nether. Yep, you can use them in the nether now. My morals are behind on updates. Oh, this is... You all are way too good. Yeah, Cecilia says, my mentality is to hell with what I feel. It makes him happy, so hey, what's the problem here? Yeah, I can fall into that hole too. Cecilia says, I'm only barely really begun to change that. I'm right with you. Right with you. I think I'm really getting to understand how it seems that your understanding of me being such a... even a digital hermit is something that you have been so patient with. Fandom says something interesting. I think everyone ends up being every archetype like from movies. At some point you will be the Loathsome One, the mentor, the villain, the mentor, the jester, and even the hero. Yeah, and it's interesting if... It's interesting. It's interesting. Kingslayer says, I just realized I treated my literal philosophy like a middle school group project. I'm both proud and disappointed at the same time. You're a joy. King Nuzzo says, breaking! Local man creates community for the sole purpose of pumping his ego. Isn't that what I was saying earlier? Like, the only reason I made Diminished was to get fan art for something that I made? I've been dropping hints all the while. I'm just a narcissist. Everyone go home now. I'm a gigantic pushover. Holy moly. Say's getting comboed in the fields right now, yep. Ruben says, I'm gonna try to paint it soon. Yes! I think about Apollo as like a wandering prophet, and everything so much about makes me so emotional. Oh, Ruben. Oh, the feelings inside my body. But yeah, thank you, Copel. Yeah, Cecilia, yeah, that sentiment. But what's the use in valuing myself if it doesn't make people happy? God, I've been there. Copel? Wandering Prophet Apollo sounds like the thing that will make me welcome my passage into the next phase of existence. Ruben says, I'm a simple man. I think about Apollo. I cry. Oh. Yeah, then Wolf says, Midori, nothing will make the people that unconditionally love you more happy than you yourself being happy. And that's something that I think people think is like a cliche. But once you understand how true that is, you just... There's no way that you can overexpress it. There's no way you can say it too much. Because it's so important to understand. I'm really glad, Cecilia, that this makes you happy. Florida man creates fandom. Oh, wow. Florida man's really into some shit this time. Oh, Cecilia. Oh. Cecilia says, I don't think anyone should unconditionally love me. And people might disagree with that sentiment, but I feel like that is so admirable, and I think that's an important thing to say. And based, like, going along with the whole conversation that the stream has started to develop. Because, of course, it's amazing to have a person that, like, in the broad sense of the phrase, unconditionally loves you. But that is a dangerous thing to do, you know? I think it's at least good to think about. It's good to think about. You don't have to come up with an answer to that big question that it raises. But it's good to think about, and it will improve you just by thinking about it. Even if you never come up with an answer. That's so much of what life is. Like, how I feel about living and growing. It's not coming up with answers to questions, but just contemplating the questions. And not backing down from the questions. And thinking that you have an answer. Or thinking that coming up with an answer is pointless, and thereby never even entertaining the questions. And see, I just realized that was almost verbatim a line from Diminish. Is it clear to you that Diminish was an honest and just viscerally genuine work? Oh god. I'm sorry, I'm such a weenie. I'm okay with that, but I'm sorry. It has helped me. It has helped me so freaking much. I'm not watching tennis at all. Might as well turn it off. Save on the electric bill. This is much better. This is going to... Excuse me, this is going to affect my life more than another tennis match that I can just watch later. As he says, I think our lives aren't really stories, naturally, but us humans love structure and love stories, so we make them into ones. Desi says, I like that, it's great. I like that you have noticed that, Desi. I think that's a very good thing to note. And I'm glad that you like that, and it makes you feel good. And I think that you're the sort of person who wouldn't make that, like, the end-all, be-all, like, global, this is how it is, this is how it should be for everyone. Because I don't think it should be. I think a lot of people, they push things on people thinking that the way they feel about something is the end-all, be-all. And I think that that's a thing that, because that's sort of, like, really parallel, is, like, believing that life is about structure and, like, making sense. And I'm really glad that helps you feel good. And I think that you're an introspective enough person that you won't cause any sort of harm with that feeling. Dizzy says, I only made fan art to be recognized by Say on stream. We are comrades. Hey, basically my entire life, as I've said in the past, I've been motivated by a dire need for appreciation and recognition. So who the heck am I to judge any sort of thing that a person does for that motivation? It is so much of who I am. Cecilia says, I think 2 people so far have already expressed explicit interest in my stories, which is a strange feeling. Can you imagine what it would be like if you, like, developed a giant fandom around one of your stories and people started making you fan art for your like, and, like, a community just started exploding, and, like, one of the most, like, the most recognized figure in the genre for that story that you made, like, endorsed your work? Oh, Lord. I still just don't know how good it should feel, because I don't think it's possible for my body to feel it. It's so much. I hope you can experience that, Midori. I hope that is out there for you. Because it's pretty nice. Phantom says it is sleep time. Good night, Phantom. It was great to see you. Thank you for your input. You're very appreciated. I'm still so far behind. Oh, don't be dissuaded from talking more, everybody. It's not important that I catch up. It's important that you all experience these discussions. Kingslayer asks, do you have a bottom and or top view of Apollo? That's something that I should be doing, I think. I've thought about it a few times. Yeah, I might try that. That'll be interesting. I've never really practiced that before. Cecilia says, it feels egotistical to think of just talking about my past, though, and I've talked about this a lot, too. Like, it falls into, like, me feeling like anytime I talk about myself, I'm doing everyone around me a disservice, because, like, if they're not completely, absolutely, like, explicitly interested to the point that, like, it is exactly what they want to be doing in their lives to the fullest at that moment, then I feel really, really, really awful about talking about myself in any regard. Even if they do express explicit and extreme interest in what I'm saying, I still feel uncomfortable about it. Dizzy says, you're not a bad person for wanting to have a spotlight. Am I a bad person for sharing my fan art while stream is on? I hope not. You get him! Go get him! Go get him, Desi! Go! Get him! Dope people, assemble! Yeah, King Azo says, is it any less egotistical than live streaming yourself on webcam, drawing characters, and chatting with your adoring fans? It's okay, King Azo. It's valid even when it's not a joke. Cecilia says, I mean, it's not like he does it for self-serving nature. He does it because we love it specifically, yeah. And it makes him feel awesome, too. Magnetism, hi. Magnetism said, that's me. I am adoring fans. Hi, adoring fans. I am Dad. Cecilia says, if we're gonna philosophy is how he feels without asking him how he feels, at least. Yeah. Yeah, that's you nailed it. You nailed it. Kingslayer says, didn't know how you wrote. I'm a mess. Talking to Midori. Hope you brought enough for the whole class. Yeah. Yeah, goodnight, Phantom. Abby says, sorry I say it a lot, but being in these streams is really nice. Even though I'm not talking a lot right now, it's really soothing. It's fine. Like, you saying it a lot, like, helps me. It's fine. It doesn't mean you should say it more. But I'm so glad that people actually like this. Phantom says before heading out, unconditional love cannot be shared just between two people, in my opinion. The capacity of it should be afforded to all things equally, then it is truly unconditional. That is a definition of unconditional love that I haven't thought about before. That's interesting. Desi says, I absolutely think unconditional love is kind of bullshit. If Amanda loved me with zero conditions, that's just obsession, really. The conditions are, I love her too, I talk to her, we create things together. Yeah, there definitely is a lot to be said about loving someone deeply while being deeply aware of things about them that you have misgivings with. That definitely says a lot about love. And a relationship. Yeah. Then Moff says, yeah, unconditional love actually sounds like kind of manipulative now that I'm thinking about it. It's at least interesting to think about. Right? Sorry. Cecilia says, then Moff, I love you unconditionally based on reasonable expectations. Kingslayer says, I'm too pumped, gotta draw her something now, gotta draw Evie something. Oh. Zab says, I made fries for the first time ever, and they're pretty good. Not trying to change the subject. Happy I did something randomly productive. Go get it! Nice! That's perfect for the environment here, because we're just so pumped for each other. See, Cecilia, backing me up. How behind am I now? Pretty far. Ozzy says, I've definitely been saving my arts to share with Sari on stream. Guilty as charged. Hey, motivation. That's all that counts. Desi says, I think a good parent should unconditionally love their child upon creating it, have no expectations set up for them at birth. As time goes on, there's going to be some expectations. I'm not going to dive into that right now, because I could talk about that for 6,000 hours. And basically says, oh gosh, Say, I think it'll be a little while till you get to this message, but I relate so hard. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about at this point. Oh, jeez. Maybe about. If I had to guess. Probably about when I was talking about only wanting to talk about myself whenever I am absolutely positive that the person / party is interested. And even then, it's still uncomfortable. Good fries is key to ascension. A quote from some important guy, probably. It was from you. That's important enough for me. Yeah, Desi said the same thing. Yep. Phantom says, does Apollo have an airplane mode? You cannot cut off Apollo. You cannot disconnect Apollo. Okay, now Phantom is going. It is sleep time, but I'm not sleeping yet. Cecilia says, Saria, that is the crux of my everyone that likes Diminish is the same person theory, that I'm the same person as you. That would fit into the theme of, like, building these things, for one reason, but ultimately it's about just, like, this selfish thing, you know? That would fall into, like, that narrative of this stream. But not that would be a selfish thing. I don't know the point I was trying to make. I'm starting to get loopy. I've been following chat for so long. I'm getting like legitimately loopy, and I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Desi says the more I stare at my art on screen, the more I notice wrong with it. Her right hand. I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that's really natural to just feel like that. Kingslayer says, by the way, say, did I ever actually tell you what I'm trying to do? That'd probably explain my weird questions. I don't think you did. No, you never actually did. Part of that was like, that was when I realized that you were making something Diminish related, and I was like, oh my god! Kingslayer 2! Oh no! Booknerd says, you have 124 fans in one body right here. Yeah. I'm very spoiled. I see the Spooshy avatar down there. Hi, Spooshy. I'll get to you in like 6 years. Dizzy says, sorry to go back to unconditional love, but I think I do unconditionally love Amanda. She could do anything and I'd stick around. That's probably unhealthy. I don't know. It's something to think about. But I think the fact that you have that is awesome. Look at us hypocrites. All of us. Every single human being on the planet. It's good to think about it. And be healthy with how we think about it. Ozo says, I hope this doesn't come off as weird, but a reason I like Diminish so much is just how connected I feel with Sei. Just really getting to know the person behind the project. That makes me also glad that I've been doing this. All this stuff, pulling back the curtain. Thank you, Ozo. Thank you for telling me that. And I don't think that's weird. Because I think that's another natural thing. That just kind of happens. Yeah, Dizzy said, I think it's two things that can be true at once. It is unhealthy, and I know I do it, but I'll do it anyway. But yeah, and you'll probably think about it here and there, and then you'll grow as a result of thinking about it and sitting with it. And also says, it helps a lot. You seem like such a genuinely kind and positive person. Like, you're only a message away if I want to talk to you. It genuinely does feel like everyone here is friends. Again, I hope this doesn't come off as weird or unnaturally clingy. I definitely don't want to infringe on your personal space, but just being able to listen to your life stories and getting to know you better. I don't know, I'm kind of rambling. I mean, there's a reason why whenever people ask all these questions, then I'm not like, no, I'd rather not talk about it. Like, I'm wearing everything on my sleeve. I'm not holding anything back. And that's the reason for that is for the hope that it could help people somehow. So thank you. Spooshy, hello? Spooshy says, I don't really think that sticking around no matter what is a facet of unconditional love. You can love someone and still be upset with or disagree with them and distance yourself because of that. Bisuki says, I can agree with this for sure. Thank you for putting that into words. Yeah. If Sei wasn't how he is, I don't think this community would flourish as much. Wow! Ah, if that's true, that's incredible, but wow. Thank you for saying that. Sorry. Yeah, Ozza says, like, I don't want to come off as creepy stalker fan that just wants to obsess over a person. None of you have really made me feel like that. So thank you, God, thank you, all of you. You've been showering me with love in the perfect ways, and then also respectful. I can't believe that it's it's lasted this long that I've had like the best freaking experience absolutely possible, and I'm so grateful. B6 says, Diminish quickly began unraveling in my heart, and I was really entranced to be in the streams. Oh, Desi, I'm sorry about your mom. Oh God, yeah. I'm the same way. I'm the same way. It's not my mom, but I've had that experience several times, and yeah, I'm just not interested in alcohol in general, but like once I started seeing that really sealed the deal, and I just don't drink. Phantom says, what was that YouTube poop you mentioned before? Poupon the Third by The Things. The soccer axolotl typically triples. The axolotl bottle typically tipples the oxboffice steak. And the sauce triples the steak. Spooshy says, I have plenty of people who I love unconditionally, some of whom I've cut out of my life because of how they hurt me. I'm sorry. Zap says, it's very cool to see how Sei is a person and a lovely one. I was just thinking about how he's the opposite of Tony, mystery-wise. Not saying Tony's not a nice person. Yeah, I did kind of end up working out like that, didn't it? Oh, and I didn't actually show, I got the blessing to show this from Copel. It is a boy. Oh, the lines on the hands, Dizzy. Okay. I think that sells just fine. But again, that's fine that you're being you're looking at your work critically. But I think it's nice. Kingslayer says, don't get too excited, but I want it to be one of two things. I'm either gonna whittle Apollo out of oak, I'm gonna make a map for an origami Apollo. Whichever I can do first. Wow. It's an honor just that you're thinking about it. Like, don't feel any pressure. Like, if you never do it, that's fine too. But that's so nice. And if you do it, I hope you enjoy it. And I certainly will. I'm very honored, Kingslayer. Ozzo says, yeah, Tony's very mysterious and withdrawn, and Sage is like, hey everyone, check out someone made this cool fan art. Hey, I made Diminish. Hey, I do flips. Hey, yeah. That's someone will write a dissertation on early TGIF creators someday and differentiate Sei and Tony as a part of the thesis. Yes. Oh my god. It's so ridiculous to be a part of like this era of an emerging microgenre and being such a prominent part of it. Oh my gosh, everything about this is surreal. Continuing to be surreal. Oh no, Kingslayer, you're fine. Yeah, Kingslayer, it sounds great. Everybody is giving it its proper reactions. It's gonna be a long, long time. Yeah, don't worry, Kingslayer, it's fine. I just hope you have fun. Phantom says, I like Diminish, but even more insane the community. And. Well, I'm glad, Phantom. Bisuki says, I'm nervous as all hell, but I've never been this early to any art like this, so maybe joining the Discord could be cool. Best decision. Oh, I'm so happy. Yeah, we're all happy you did. You're a staple. That's a bit of an insult. Why would you call someone such a small and pointy, prickly metal object? Yeah, Reed, you too. All of you, really. Excuse me. And this goes out to anyone who has ever even remotely been related to experiencing the work of Diminish. Like, even if I've never seen you say anything or anything ever, you have improved my life just by being involved with something that I poured my entire life into, so thank you. If you're hearing this, I'm grateful. Phantom says, Sei has the right amount, Aplo. Passion, wisdom, compassion, insight, and intelligence to be an amazing and influential person. Oh, screw off, man. Thank you, Phantom. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. Fooling him! Oh, putting on a good act. No, this is the truest way that I feel that I should live life. Thank you. King Azo says, I wonder what it is that keeps the proverbial bad apples away from the community. I wonder if it's just the fact that it's so niche, or if there's more in play here. I think that the work itself might be doing that to a degree. Just with being so direct, and, I feel like it's calling a lot of things out just by nature of the content of the work itself. And the people who don't want to have anything to do with the way that the work is saying those things probably just don't have anything to do with the community. I think that might be part of it. Desi says, if someone were to be kind of an asshole / make a mistake, I hope we'd have the compassion to point it out and forgive them, as long as they like try not to do it again. Yeah, that's important. That's important in a relationship. To have that dynamic where faults are open and free enterprise. And improving each other is one of the genuine goals of being a part of each other's lives. Even when it's difficult to take in. As long as it's, like, coming from the right place, and there's truth to it, and there's, you know... It applies to the best of all parties' knowledge, what that being a part of the journey toward that person being their best possible selves. You know... Phantom says, one of the most interesting experiences I've ever had was mending a series of friendship ruined by a single event. Yeah, this art is great. Yes, more physical tactile Apollos, yes! Desi says, God, I wish I could sculpt Apollo. Apollo is already very sculpted. Have you seen them? No one escapes love. King says, say I'm doing this project because I want to try both things. One of both things. Plus, I haven't made a fan art yet, and I gotta do something here. Oh, Kingslayer, you don't have to do anything, but you're appreciated no matter what. And you're just a joyous presence here. And I appreciate that too. I appreciate you. Bisuki says, friends, I have a question. How do you know when you love something or someone? I find a very hard time to tell people I love them because I can't tell if it's true. How do you all decide when? Oh, I relate to this question pretty hard. Or not decide, maybe, but what does it mean to you? Yeah, Zab says, is the question by someone in chat right now. Yes, the YouTube name of them is Philotaxis. Yeah, Cecilia says, love to me is wanting to see the best for that person no matter what. Wanting to see them happy and doing everything you can just to make that person happy. To have them being happy bring you direct joy. Yeah, I think a function of that is like that feeling of your definition of happiness changes to repeat kind of like revolving around them. And you really, 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 really care about them way more than you care about yourself, and their happiness matters to you more than your own. Yeah, stuff like that. And there are definite different feelings, just like overall feelings associated with that. And it can be related to, but not directly associated with attraction or lust. But attraction can definitely be a part of it. I think it's along with darkness and light, it's one of the most complex things to try and grapple intellectually. Yeah, Kingslayer, don't worry about it. Just have fun. Yeah, also says the viewer count of these streams has been gradually going up. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And we're having more streams like this where I'm just sitting here and talking and flailing and being weird. Jeez. Apollo influencer moments. Great. Very good. Cecilia says, I don't know if they're saying this as like a joke toward what they were saying earlier, but it made me laugh. They say, love is strongly wanting order in that person or thing. But I think it's probably not a joke. It's probably not a joke because in their own philosophy, that is absolutely like the truth for them, for Cecilia. And so that was probably a very genuinely serious thing that they just said. Like, that's what love is to Cecilia. That's really interesting. Wow. Yeah, Apollo with their gamer keyboard and headphones and everything. Just trying to help everyone else involved become as good as possible at the game, but also being a bit annoyingly acute with talking about how good they are at it. Oh man. Yeah, Bisuki says, it'd be really funny if the person who made the cringe comment was here among us all along. Kinda sus. Pretty sure. Cecilia says, pretty sure they are. Yeah, also said, yeah, it was definitely calling out society on a lot of toxic negative behavior. Yeah, so I feel like the work itself might have weeded out a lot of people who would be toxic to community just with its content. Might be wrong, I don't know. Might be true, but hard to know the extent of how true it is. I'm never actually hearing the music whenever I'm talking or reading chat. Dizzy says, I think I've given up on mending friendships. I care so much, but I gotta mend my life. Admirable. That's a step you have to take. Yeah, also says, there are many ways you could love something. There's that too. Love is also just so fluid. It takes so many forms. But yeah, romantic love is something that has been really like a closed door for me, and I've never truly experienced it to its full manifestation, I think. I've had some serious crushes that I was never able to pursue, but to truly be in love with somebody and be in a relationship with them, I've never experienced that yet. No pity party, just thinking aloud. General sense of care, yeah. Yeah, it also says you can love someone or something that makes you feel good, or you can love someone in a very intense, I want to be with you forever way. Dizzy says, sometimes saying I care about you is more meaningful than saying I love you. I agree. Dizzy says, for me, the words I love you have been watered down in a way. Yeah, it can just even be in like a very literal sense that can be true, but I think I resonate with what you're saying. Cecilia says, I'm very romantic. I don't feel... Kingslayer, I feel like it is the most accurate word I could have chosen. Joyous. You bring a lot of joy whenever you're here. Also says to Cecilia, when are you gonna take me on a date? You romantic you. Basically says, I'm romantic in the plain definition of the word. I'm not heavily interested in committing myself to someone in a romantic way. That's me, yeah. Yeah. I'm a romantic person who is a romantic. Yeah, kind of. Or extremely demi-romantic. Definitely a romantic creator. Yeah, I definitely wasn't kicking myself, Cecilia, when I realized that what you said was serious. I was just sort of realizing how I liked that. I really liked what that felt like. Realizing how that was such a unique truth for you, but how true it was. Bisiki says, y'all want to have a diminished convention and all go on a date to barbecue? I'd kind of like that. I'd kind of like a diminished convention of some sort, but only once the world scenario has become a bit better. And even if it's just like us all going to like the same convention that's not Diminish related. Because again, I would love to make a panel at a anime convention about Diminish. Or yeah, like about how to make your TGIF. And then having everyone in the Discop server like say no TGIFs. Saria is evil. Literal definition of evil. Trying to perpetuate the worst thing in the world. Yeah, Kingslayer. Similar boat with romantic love. Life is like a box of chocolates. Yeah, it's valid, Kingslayer. I agree. Cecilia says, I don't particularly enjoy commitment. I love too many and too much to commit properly. I feel it. Does it have to be a problem, Cecilia? At least in a broad sense, as it seems to be to you. Benmoff says, when people acknowledge me, show that they value the time they spend with me through small acts. That is the most valuable thing ever for me. See, that's why I just can't. This is being in this position that I'm in right now is so much for me to process because that's just my life right now. I see, Desi. I see. Zab says I won't throw further shade at them, but it bugged me in a certain subreddit how people called it others cringe at times. Yeah. Thank you, King Azo. The sentiment is very much appreciated if you were talking to me. And it's appreciated regardless. Diminished Con would be wild. We go to Carrot Corner. I'm sorry, King Azo. Let's all be comb boys. Yeah, Avi. I'm in a way, I am kind of the same way, where sometimes it's like I have blind spots, and I know that's a term that we're probably gonna be getting away from in society in the future, but I kind of have those in terms of recognizing interpersonal relationship things. That goes along the line of like that Will sentiment, where it's like my entire life there have been things that have been really obvious to most people that are I would just never ever see. And it comes to physical things, it comes to spatial things, and things like that too. I've almost caught up. Dizzy says, I think with my love, I always do have to question it being so young and emotional. I wonder if I'm just faking it. I guess that's for future me to learn from. Yeah, you can ask yourself these questions, but I think that nothing will reduce how important this experience will be for you for the rest of your life. No matter what happens. Just the fact that you're young doesn't make this experience not real. Bisuki says, so I write beautiful relationships of all kinds in my stories, and I live through my characters that way. Yeah, vicariously, yeah. I can feel all the stuff and process it properly. I feel like often art can be easier to process yourself through than real life. Mic drop. Thank you, Bisuki. Yes. King Azo says, I've learned not to give everything to people who would throw you away in an instant and never look back. That's part of what's so scary about being a creator, and like, this is basically my romantic experience, is making things. And I put everything I am into it, and it's the scariest possible freaking thing, and that's every single time I see one negative thing about it, it's like someone that I like. Every single possible person in the world is like my romantic other, and so every time I see somebody say something negative or like reject it or try and bring it down, that is like a breakup to me. It's interesting to think of it that way, but that feels, now that I think about it that way, that feels very, very resonant to me. It's like I have to grieve that person. I have to grieve that person. Every single time it happens. Every time. And that's not even the only reason that it feels so awful. It's only one of the things that I have to work with whenever that happens. I'm way too sensitive. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I have to be better about that. Yeah, the backlash with that is what it is, I think. It's the way our society is moving. And it's a valid response, I think, but I think it's also valid that it's being looked at that way too. And there's going to be so many growing pains with society trying to improve, with being more thoughtful and sensitive and making that the status quo. There's going to be so many growing pains, and one of them, the big one, being a gigantic increase in the alt-right and general social conservatism, you know. Massive growing pains. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. It kind of... It's ridiculous how true that is often in the non-physical reality. Yeah, King also says, also, always annoys me when people pick and choose things to get offended over for no good reason. And that's a lot of the people that you see fronting that discourse tend to be the people who it doesn't actually affect. People who seem to, like, my friend talks about this. It's like, these people always, it's a thing of the week. They're always looking for the next thing to be angry about and to dehumanize people over. It's really, really terrifying, because the real issues that a lot of these people are also trying to fight for, the true issues, the people that are supposed to be getting helped, are all being stampeded in the process. Dizzy says, sometimes people jump onto things that aren't hurtful at all and then ignore any actual help and change. Cancel culture be a vulture sometimes. So like a cancel vulture? Eh? 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 I'm here like every day. No, Cecilia, this was a great topic. I was feeling good talk about that. It's alright. This is the light and darkness thing. That I was really enjoying letting that darkness in and balancing this night in that. I was starting to feel really enriched, and I don't want to call you out. I'm sorry. That was starting to feel like I did not mean any. I didn't feel any sort of negativity when I was saying that. I was only feeling the positivity of that conversation, like talking about those things. And I don't want to. I'm definitely not upset with you at all. No negativity at all. But I just think that's one of those things, you know, that was important and very valid conversation. Desi says, why get rid of that term instead of, I don't know, campaigning for the actual real rights of disabled folks? Or, you know, doing like things like working with people like Steve Saylor, who is like on the front lines of getting accessibility in video games a bigger and more prevalent issue that all video games can have an easier time doing great things with. Because that's becoming really important to me now that it's on my radar, because it never was before. We need stuff like that happening. Bisaki says, sometimes you just have to be your own lover and your own soulmate and your own enemy and your own abuser, and then their characters, and you're like, oh yeah, I see where you've come from. Yeah, I do see, Cecilia says, that topic can easily get harmful, and it's one for a different mood. Yeah, I agree that, like, that's a more touchy subject, but I think the way that we were approaching it was fine. It was at least valid. And yeah, it's fine that we can move on. But it's definitely stuff that's on my mind every single moment of every day, and it's kind of the stuff that is some of the biggest reasons for why I feel so strongly about things and am struggling with things, you know? So it kind of... my heart was kind of instantly being like, ooh, me! Sorry. But yeah, it's totally fine if we don't talk about that anymore. Yeah, if that's what writing characters is like. No! My earbuds are running low! Might have to end soon! No! Kingslayer! Yeah, it's been amazing to have you in case you go. Truly. Yeah, I think one of the healthiest things out there in life is to put yourself into characters, into fictional characters, and work through things in life like that. And then, what do you know? The characters that you create usually end up feeling really genuine. Incredible. Okay, Cecilia. Ruben says, I gotta rest because weird migraine happenings, but I care all of you. Thank you for the stream, and I'm very glad you like my Apollo. Yeah. Thank you, Ruben, for existing, and it was awesome to have you, and I hope you feel better. I'm sorry to hear about your migraine, but yeah, see you next time. Take care. Yeah, it's an important issue, Desi. I agree. I think this came up with you in an earlier stream, too. Desi says, Ruben, I want you to know I almost called you Apollo. Ruben says, it's alright, I have chronic health stuff that's been flaring up, but hopefully it'll chill out soon. Me too. They say, you all are so kind. I care about you all so much. Big hugs. Big hugs. Cat hug. Cecilia, I forgot I was going to bed. Okay, I'll be back. Fubin. Fubin! Yeah, Desi, thank you for talking. Thank you, every single person in chat tonight and forever, for bringing up everything you brought up and for participating and for letting us all bearing witness together. Letting us all bear witness together. These moments are important. I'm honored that this could have been a platform for all of us tonight. Kingslayer says, on the character talk, what do you guys do with your OCs? So far, I've just been drawing my guy a couple times. That's really common. That's just really common to have an OC, you know, sort of stewing in the background. That's how they develop very often. I kind of like plan out these gigantic, overzealous projects for them, and then, yeah. One of them gets created while I'm making one, and then all of a sudden that thing gets to be the one that gets published and then has a fandom. But you know. But that character is based on an existing OC, at least visually. So sometimes things like that happen too. They break off, like, you know, a leaf from a spirit tree. And then they become their own life. Desi says, most of my OCs were created for a fandom roleplay group. Roleplay. Then... role-praying. Then adapted to one-on-one roleplay with my GF. I understand that it isn't, like, fun for everyone, though, so, you know, just writing comics, writing... Also, yeah, you can just draw them. Just however they want to live is how they will live, Kingslayer. Let them speak to you. That's what I do. That's the key for me. I let them talk to me, and that's how I learn about them. That's how I figure out what's best for the story that they're in to play out with. That's, you know, I learn a lot of things. I learn a lot about myself. I learn a lot about life in the world. It's too bad Celine's not here. Well, at least Book Nerd is here. Maybe Book Nerd can relate to those sentiments. Hey, Big Ruse! Bisiki says, yeah, we work really hard to write them into stories. We want to release stories someday. We work as if we have an audience because one day we really hope to. That was me. Still is me. But hopefully that gives you hope. Because a lot of this diminishes my first story. And it was so sudden. So a lot of the main ones that I've been brewing for so long are yet to really go into the works. But, so it'll probably be a perpetual feeling. But yeah, it's pretty cool to have an audience, you know. Do recommend. B6 says, I always feel a little narcissistic even imagining that I could do that someday, but I want to create the kind of art that makes me happy to live and give it to the world. I don't think that narcissism plays into that, honestly. I mean, in a way, maybe. I mean, it's like looking after yourself, sure, because it's something that you're feeling very passionate about and you're doing it to make you happy. I don't think that's narcissistic. But maybe, yeah, like, if your mind revolves around it so much, maybe it does feel that way, like it feels like, oh, I'd be indulging such a deep fantasy that, like, causing others to experience that would be so weird. But it's just the way it is. That's just being a creator. And let me tell you, it's wild when you finally strike gold and then you get thousands of people who are feeling as into it as you are, and you're living in the world with them like you've been dreaming of. That's been your biggest dream of your life. Yeah, it's pretty huge. Do recommend. Do recommend. Okay, Cecilia, fine, go. Dizzy says, I literally made a joke character called a pulp that became a vessel for anxiety and religious experiences. So, oops. You get it. Yes, your diminished OC. Yes. Helping you live your life better and be happier. What is life? What is life? What is life? And you're not narcissistic for having dreams. You're not narcissistic for having dreams. And for wanting those to come true. Yeah, King also says every single famous character in a video game, movie, book, comic is an OC. Not even technically. That's what they are. They're an original character. Yeah, because whenever the term OC started really being spread around amongst the pop culture internet, I started feeling weird calling my characters that I wanted to be in high art OCs. But that's exactly what they are. That's all they are. It's simple. They're an original character. Desi says, this stream has distracted me from my ice-cold, now room temperature Dr. Pepper. That is a tragedy. That is the worst tragedy I can imagine. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm evil. Bisaki says, thank you, Sayori Song. We greatly appreciate that. We think we agree with how you feel. How do you find an audience for your projects? As in, how do you... Hell if I know. You're asking the wrong person, because this... have I given any indication that I have any clue what's going on right now? I have no idea how any of this happened. I just put it on YouTube, and I shared it onto the Creepypasta subreddit a few times, and then all of this happened. The extent of what I did was literally posting the videos on YouTube, and then posting them on the creepy gaming subreddit. I'm pretty sure that was literally it. And then I made the Twitter, which really didn't do anything except post the videos there for a while. And that is only relevant to people who know about Diminish already. That was all, and that's... I don't know. It just has to be time, I guess. You should keep trying, because what really happened, what I really did, was I made Diminish. I tried something else. I put myself out there that one extra time, because I hoped that it was going to be just the right time, and it was, and it was the time. It was time, but I had to make it. I had to make it first. I had to put it out there. So that was what I did, was I made Diminish. So that's what you have to do. Don't make Diminish, that's not what I mean. Make that thing that you're thinking about making. That's how you get an audience. And it may not work at first, because I've made so many things. It may not work at first. When it's time, it will happen. And that may not be reassuring, because I've suffered a lot with wanting to have an audience, and it just not quite happening yet. But when it did, it just did. It just happened. And it was because I tried again, and I just tried again. I had an idea and I went with it. And I didn't hold back at all. So yeah. Magnetism says, my scholarship actually has to do with why I make things. Relevant to here, I have no idea how to answer. That's an interesting perspective, actually. And I hope that takes you where you want to go. Yeah, there's a very strange stigma that has been associated with the term OC. I think that I mean, there are experiences behind it becoming like this cringe thing, but it again falls into something being disregarded very flippantly. You making an experience, like a person having a cringe experience with it, and then making that the umbrella, universal. Oh, so because I had that experience with it, I should dismiss every single thing associated with that thing forever, because that is right and just, and that makes me a good person, right? I'm doing right by the world. I gotta make sure I actively insert myself in the way of a person who is finding themselves through that thing. Oh, sorry, the stream is distracting you from doing your scholarship. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's kind of distracting me too. But that's why I do it. That's exactly why I'm here. That's why I keep coming back so often. Desi says, I think I create to emote. I can never say the things I want as Desi. It has to be through a vessel of art or writing or product. Oh god, you're calling me out. Oh! Ah! Oh, yeah, Midori, I think we're all the same person. But no, that's... I don't know if I should even joke about that, because, I mean, I don't want to call anybody out for joking about that, because it seems true, but it might be a dangerous thing to even joke about, because we're all so different. We're all so different. But yeah, we're all the same person. Oh, chat leaped again. Sorry. Zab says, I am old. I will annoyingly mom y'all. That is needed. That is a perspective that is welcome here. Kingslayer says, if I'm going to make a story around my OC, I'd have to make another character first. He's not exactly a protagonist type. Magnetism says, I legit don't know why I make things. I don't know why. It's always a big question, isn't it? Pisaki says, I mean, how do you, okay, going to make diminish again, bye. Yeah, basically, it's hard. It's really, it's just... You just have to find your way. You have to find out. You have to find out. That's how you do it. It's just, you have to find out. That's an interesting thing, magnetism, yeah. It's amazing you got that scholarship. That's awesome. And these are important questions to ask yourself now. Yeah. Yeah, keep asking yourself this. And keep looking. Alright, Philotaxis, thank you for the fan art. And thank you for hanging out. It was great to have your input here. Take care. Then Wolf says, can't believe Bisuki is making Diminish too. It's gonna be great. Zab says, I'm good at BSing essays. BSing essay! But I don't know if it's a terrible mom advice to help you BS. I BS'd a lot of stuff in my life, but the process of doing that actually helped me learn about myself. Then Bisuki says, I'm gonna make the diminished version of Sheriff Domestic. I'll call it, Decline. Bisuki. That... that would be kind of epic, actually. The Sheriff Domestic version of Diminish. Can you imagine? I'm sent, yes. Magnetism says, I'm not sure if making music inherently makes me happy. It's a good way to phrase that. It's such a hard question to answer. Hey guys, it's Bizarre Bisuki! God, that's incredible. Zab says, I like to create because it's cool to make something out of nothing. Kikazo says, it's about I assume this is I assume this is about King Azo's why they create. And they say, it's sort of like, I could say my political beliefs, or I could dress them up in a pretty way with some fancy words and sprinkle them with garnish. I like that. I like that. It's incredible, the rabid and expansive throngs of people who think that politics should stay out of art, when art is basically just politics in a different form. It's why do you think art exists? Oh my god. Oh wow. It's incredible. People are incredible. Absolutely just inexplicable. Kingslayer says, I'm in a weird spot here. I'd love to see him in a story, like a creeped out drawing, because he scared me when I was younger, but I'd love to think about how other characters would react to him. Yeah, see? Yeah. Use that catharsis through those other characters. Zab says, I can see you do that. Yeah, today I Drew a Pig says, I always wondered how people make OCs without the context of a story. For me, a character is always suited to a particular story. Same here. Yeah. Same here. I think I'm hitting a wall. I mean, yeah. I kind of was in the wall when I started streaming, but then you all pulled me up. You lifted me up like you always do. I'll try and finish the sketch for the last pose. gloriously intense. Huh. I've needed this in my life for a long time. And I've known that I've wanted this in my life for a long time. I think the key has just been getting ready. Mad Midori. Kingslayer says, what do you do with a character without a story? I don't know how I'd make a story out of a character that really only does one thing. I think that's... I think maybe I'm lucky in how easy it is for me to listen to characters and have them tell me what they're all about. So, I don't have a great answer, but... sometimes it really is just eureka moments, you know? Sometimes it takes a long time, and you might not even be thinking about the character or anything as related to art for months and months on end. And then all of a sudden it'll hit you. And then there it is. It's solved. God, that happens a lot. It's so interesting. It's like, why couldn't I have thought of this when it was bugging me so much? There's just no rhyme or reason to it. When you figure it out, you figure it out. What the heck, dude? What is your leg doing, sir? Why is your leg the way that it legs? Nothing like a good old minor 6, minor 7 resolving to the minor 1. Looks like the shirt's tucked in when it's like that. Alright, Magnetism, good luck. Thank you for being a part of all this, and thanks for watching. And thank you for being. Have a good one. All the best. Basically says the story we've read about most and have been working on for years began from a sort of set of recurring dreams too. Wow. Okay. Also says, is it bad that I unironically like the idea of diminished, but with all of our OCs? Like, I brought it up as a meme, but that would actually be really cool. Let's go. Zab says, my anti-procrastination software kicked me out of YouTube. Oh. Abby says, dreams are a great place of inspiration for me too. A lot of my stories are meshed together from dreams I've had. My original, one of my internet tags was John the Dreamer, and there's a reason why dream is a part of the etymology of the name Serious Song. Dreams have held some of the most powerful feelings of my entire life, my most powerful experiences. They're also the only place where I could actually hang out with Sonic and Tails, or be Tails. Those are the best ones, when I'm actually Tails. No, Ozzo, no. No invasion happening with that. Isn't that what fan work is all about? Not invading, but, you know, like, imagine, like, creating things within another IP or world. That's what it's all about. Silly boy. You silly Willy. Jeezums. God, that's weird. I don't want to think about it right now, though. Well, in 4 hours I managed to do extremely basic tracings of 4 images, and also had unbelievably deep and meaningful conversations with people who I really enjoy the company of and who have given me everything in my life. So yeah, that's a lot of that's a lot that has been done. Part of me wants to leave this stream on overnight so all of you can talk. Holy moly. I don't even know if I can talk. I don't even know if I can catch up before I, like, die of starvation. But I want to catch up. Zab says, I have problems with wanting there to be one true point of view on ethical things, but there really isn't. Finally trying to learn to be more like, that's just your opinion, okay. Yeah, I think there are awful opinions, but yes, that you, Zab, you are also, I feel like you're also on a good path there. It's just really hard. That's just how it is. I say Jeezums very occasionally. No, there's also, again, this is why I stream, is for streams like this one. I mean, it's one of the reasons, but it's a big contribution to why this has been such an important part of my life recently. For streams like this. I've needed this in my life. I'm gonna finish this commission in time. Like, that's not a problem. It's just basically, it's like I said earlier, it literally is an excuse for me to come back and stream. And I just happen to be able to get it done. Get some of it done while I'm at it. Next time, I'll try and get to some of those requests, and then maybe I'll, was it Desi that asked me to even make a water-related thing? And God, I could go overboard with that. Or I could do outlines for a few different ones to show you the sorts of different things I like to do with that. So next stream might involve some of that stuff. I have some Apollos to draw for people through requests. So that'll be really fun. Sorry, I haven't truly catched up with most of the chat since I took another look at the canvas there. But I am crashing really, 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 really hard. And I need to take care of that. Goodbye, Zab. And hopefully this chat will be archived so I can look back at it later. But everybody, God, this is a... you're giving me everything I had ever wanted in my life, literally, for a long time. Like, this is what I kind of lived for. So thank you. And I'm going to head off. I wish you all the very best life has to offer. Thank you all so much for everything that you contributed today and for being. And I hope you all have a great one. Okay, King Oswald, I will. Next time, we'll hang out again. Until then, dream on, friends. Peace. Thank you so much. Be good, everybody. God, I don't want to leave. I don't want to break up this conversation. Everybody's having fun talking to each other. Oh, keep it going, please. Keep it going somewhere if you all want to. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Take care of yourselves.